watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
老鹰交边，乔是官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦抬弹，老鹰交边，与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛。匠心之作。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
跳起来好不好？这位大哥的声音非常的响亮，感谢各位的热情支持，希望各位把今天的精彩和幸运一起带回家。让我们秉持着各位热情，准备比赛即将开始。女士们、先生们，距离比赛还有10分钟，祝您观赛愉快。刚才的礼物我们还没有派发过瘾，让我们高举自己的双手和欢呼声。礼物即将带回家，我们看到这边的观众朋友们非常的热情，小心一定要注意安全。让我们欢呼起来好不好？注意安全，高举起来双手，让我们跟随着音乐和舞动声。让我们跟着节奏一起拍手，好不好？为2位即将准备比赛的选手加油鼓掌！ 来，我们高举自己的双手，欢呼起来，好不好？各位观众朋友们，我们拿到礼物的观众朋友们，没有拿到礼物的也不要迫不及待，让我们欢呼起来！感谢各位的热情支持，每一份礼物都将寄托着各位观众朋友们的信念，为2位选手加油助威。
当千年教魂注入中式八球，是你们以星火燎原之势续写中式八球的天工开物。百万球迷热血沸腾的欢呼浪潮，是你们用殚精竭虑的坚守诠释天下大事必作于戏的担当。你们以庖丁解牛之妙掌控赛事节奏，更以只将气节为魂注入东方神韵。远水平生，天下和宁。一杆定乾坤，小城大外交的东方叙事。当名山时的亿万年沉淀化作球桌上的方寸天地，当只将和平中的千年回响激荡在台球碰撞的脆响中，这座曾以受降名城、铭刻民族脊梁的小城，这里曾见证中华民族一寸山河一寸血的抗争。来自5大洲的选手击球开赛。乔氏集团董事长乔元徐所言：“从巷口球房到洲际赛场，我们击出的不仅是黑八，更是人类对和平的永恒守望。”一杆定乾坤，小球赚大球。只将与世界此刻共击球。5、4、3、2、1，中式八球大师赛。有请运动员台上就位。Athletes, please take your position on stage. 百步穿杨，张坤鹏。
帝皇之星赵如亮。中巴转动世界球种 ，Joy Blitz Unity in the World。有请两位一部比赛神器，乔氏金腿球桌 ，Please move to table。女士们、先生们，超级分站赛芷江站决赛即将开始。下面介绍本场比赛裁判团队：主裁判玉林，助理裁判李亚帆、张梦蝶。此刻线上观赛的各位，我们正在芷江为您直播中巴转动世界球头，这里是中式八球大师赛，和平芷江决赛开始。
双方好，请双方选手争夺开球选择权，听我口令，同时出杆，预备，3、2、1，开始。张kunpeng获得开球选择权。比赛开始，第一局张kunpeng开球。
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Day 10, the grand final here at the 2025 Joy Billiards LP Masters Super Tour Zhijiang Station. Zhang Kungpang against Jao Ruliang, race to 23 for the title. And these players played each other just 2 days ago in the winners bracket final of stage 3 being a double elimination stage. And that was won by Zhao Ruliang 19-16. Automatic qualification from that match to the grand final for Zhao Ruliang. Kungpang had to then play winner of Phone Mint and Gareth Potts, which was Gareth Potts. That match was last night. Kungpang winning that 19-11 over Gareth Potts. So third place finish for Gareth Potts. And once again, last three remaining, only international player left as of yesterday in this tournament. Now these two great friends on and off the table. Been quite a few of these exhibition matches where they've played together on the same team. Now we've seen many comments that says Kungpeng is not going to be beaten twice by Zhao Ruliang in this tournament. So what lessons will he take from that first loss? And I think for him being 9-2 down in that first match that they played 2 days ago, that could have been the key factor because he was always playing from behind. We did see him make an amazing comeback to even the match up at 12-all. Yeah, he was 6-2 down, 9-2 down, then 10-6 down, 12-all, 16-all. But always fighting from the back, and at the end, although it looked nervy for Zhao Ruliang, he was able to hold it together and get across the finish line. At the moment, winning the leg, breaking first, And on the table is 29-year-old Zhang Kungpang. He was the runner-up in the Lishan Division 1 Station 2024, champion at the Changchun Super Tour in 2024, defeated by Gareth Potts in the final of a Grandmasters final, the 5th Grandmasters final on penalties. And a top 6 finish at this year's 2025 13th edition of the Grandmasters finals. Now this black ball cut back into a blind pocket to the bottom left corner for first point and first break and run. It's not there. This is a race to 23. It looks like he caught inside jaw first. Yes, he did. Race to 23 winners bracket for this final. Winners break, my apologies, and it's best of 45 frames, which means that there is a possibility that we'll see 5 8-frame player breaks. That's 8, 16, 24, 32, and 40 frames. I would think also high possibility that we see a deciding frame between these two players. Now at the table, Zhao Ruliang, the only player in stage 3 to not lose a match right up to the grand final so far. And that's also why he didn't have to play a match yesterday, so had a day off from playing yesterday, although I can tell you would have been in the venue practicing as normal. Playing at a tournament does not affect these players' practice routines, as it shouldn't. "24-year-old Zhao Ruliang, student of Yang Fan, the great Yang Fan. And if you have been watching Heyball for the past 5 to 10 years, you would definitely know the name Yang Fan. And in the match against Kungpeng 2 days ago, winning that 19-16, 10 break and runs. And from what we have witnessed, one of the players that are breaking the balls really well is able to use that softer control break to his advantage. And on average, he's running about 4 to 5 consecutive break and runs per match. He did it against Gareth Potts when he defeated Gareth Potts in that winners bracket semi-final 17-13 3 days ago. Scores were very tight, but by pulling out 4 consecutive break and runs, he was able to take the lead and keep the lead. Did it against Kungpeng as well. This tournament is being played on the Joy Q8 steel block table, recognizable by its golden legs and golden design. As you can see, Lieberwin 8848 cloth as well, so premier conditions for these tournaments as always. And so far, really good counter clearance from Zhao Ruliang. And this black ball now to get his first point on the board. That's there, rack and run for Zhao Ruliang.
赵汝亮开球。
So a mistake from Kungpeng, missing the black ball to the bottom left corner. It was a tough shot though. Cut back into a blind pocket, although we'd expect him to make a shot like that. Great counter clearance from Zhao Ruliang to make it 1-0 with their rack and run. The 9's not there, the 4's not there. The black ball might be there. And that's a dry break from Zhao Ruliang. Now yesterday as well we saw Kungpeng and Potts struggling with the break. Quite a few dry breaks, and that was until Kungpeng found his break. He put together break and run followed by rack and run and 2 consecutive. And just like that, by putting 4 consecutive frames on the board, changed the entire dynamic of the match.
10 秒。
You'd have heard the referee call 10 seconds. And now he's counting down from 5. So players do get 45 seconds per shot and 1 extension of 30 seconds per frame. And so far, I've only witnessed 1 player who's able to play to his best under the pressure of the 5-second countdown on the shot clock, and that is Phone Cure. If you were watching the stream yesterday morning against Gareth Potts, Phone is, well, he sometimes waits for the referee's countdown, and he's able to play on 2. So 5, 4, 3, 2. That's when he plays his shot. And so far, it's the only player that I've seen that can do that. And not just play the shot, pot a pressure. He had to pot a few pressure balls like that yesterday. And as you would have seen if you were tuned into the tournament in the early stages, we had 32 playing tables at this tournament, 28 practice tables, all Joy Q8, all clothed with Lieberwind 8848. And these conditions currently, the best conditions to play this game in the world. It's the reason the same conditions are used in the Joy WPA international events. Yeah, really good pot to the top left pocket. And once again, Kungpeng at the table and making a very clean run out. Better this time on the black ball. So you hear the applause. And that's a rack and run for Zhang Kungpang. And this is the level I expect to see throughout this grand final. It's dry break, clearance, miss a ball, clearance. The 1's in. Doesn't matter how it's gone in, it's in. So Kungpeng using Very similar break that he used towards the end of the match yesterday against Gareth Potts, and the break that he used against Tang Chun Zhao. And yes, Kungpeng, the player to put Tang Chun Zhao into the loser's bracket, and Phone Mint was the player to eliminate her from this tournament. Now, we all know how dangerous of a player she is, trained by Zhang Yubor, arguably one of the greatest players to ever play this game. So not only did he put Tang Chun Zhao into the loser's bracket, he is also the player who put Chu Bingjie into the loser's bracket. Score 13-12, took that match to a decider against Chu Bingjie, as we see him just overcutting the 3 to the left center pocket. So now I did say, try break clearance, mistake clearance. This is Zhao Ruliang's first visit to the table. So definitely one of the favorites to be in the last 2 or last 4 at least. Chu Bingjie eliminated quite early, taking a first round loss to Kunpeng and then being eliminated by Shen Yi, a very in-form Shen Yi. Kunpeng also had to go through Ali Pordel from Iran. Phone Mint 15-9. And then after the loss to Zhao Ruliang in the winner's bracket final, he had to play Gareth Potts in the loser's bracket final. And from what we've seen, this was also an in-form Gareth Potts, making it top 3 in this Zhijiang station event. And first time, a multiple visit frame from each player, as Zhao Ruliang misses the 4 ball to the top right corner pocket. It's not easy considering where the cue ball was, tight along that left cushion just under the center pocket. Didn't get a great roll with the cue ball coming off the 4 and glued to the 2 ball. I think he might still have the 15 to pass the 5. And that's what he is looking at currently. It's not there, and he pots the 5 ball. Now that is a legal shot, as he made contact with his object ball first. As long as you make contact with your object ball first, you can pot your opponent's ball. So there's an app on WeChat that we use for these Joy events, and there is a voting system for the people in China to vote for which player they think is going to win. And we saw this the other day as well, and it was very strange that there were many more votes for Kungpeng. And once again, 68% for Kungpeng, 32% for Zhao Ruliang. would love to know your predictions for this match. We are live on Facebook and YouTube, and we do check the comment section, so I would love to know your predictions for this match and the reason why. Also take into consideration the previous match between these two players 2 days ago. Zhao Ruliang winning that 19-16. But a little bit of a backstory with that match. He was up 9-2 and he lost that lead. He was up 9-2, 7 frames in the lead against Kunpeng, and Kungpang made his way back to 12 all, 16 all in that race to 19. And that match we saw Kungpeng's ability to fight from behind. Never wavered, fought all the way. Then we also saw the resilience from Zhao Ruliang to deal with that comeback. As you can imagine, being 7 points in the lead and losing that lead, that puts a different kind of pressure on you. As Zhao Ruliang takes his second point, he leads 2-1.
赵亮开球。
3 frames played, and that was the first frame without a 1-visit clearance. Winners break format, race to 23 for this grand finals. Zhao Ruliang to break now. Dry break before this.
10秒。
And those 2 balls that usually track towards the center, way off. Look at the 2 and look at the 11. Good 10 centimeters before the center pocket. Now a few more dry breaks, and I do think you'll see him change the break, especially if he sees that the power break is working for Kungpeng. And that's something I've actually learned from watching these matches on TV Table 1, is you can't just come here with 1 break, practice 1 break, come here with 1 break. You have to adapt to the conditions. It is a triangle rack, so you have to adapt to the way the referee racks the balls as well. And that's why you will see and have seen from a player like Kungpeng and even Phonement, they make it quite obvious when they change their break. Phonement even has a different cue, uses a carbon fiber usually for his stronger breaks, and then uses a wood shaft for the softer breaks. Different positions on the balk line as well, different way of hitting the first ball. Look, in stage 1, stage 2, you might be able to get away with breaking dry, because of course the level is not that high as stage 3 when we have the top 16 international and the top 16 Chinese players together. And of course, the longer race, race to 13. And a race to 13, if you breaking try all the time, what do you think is going to happen against these players? And this is what happens off a try break. Kungpeng at the table. As we saw yesterday, so quick at taking out a clearance, and that's a rack and run, second point for him. And that's 4 frames played. The score is 2-all. Nothing in it at the moment. 4 frames, 3 clearances. 2 rack and runs from Kungpeng, 1 rack and run from Zhao Ruliang. And has he made a ball? He hasn't. So at the moment, making a ball on the break percentage for Zhao Ruliang would be 0. And Kungpeng has made 1 ball so far, I think, on the break. So percentage for him would currently be 33%. At the 8 frame break, we will see those stats collated for us.
10秒，延时。
Solids secured for Zhao Ruliang at the table. And cue ball cleaned. That does come off the player's time. Shot clock is not stopped when a player requests for the cue ball to be cleaned. When he played Kungpeng the other day, he really did stand out as a complete player. And he was breaking very well in that match. 10 break and runs in total. And usually averaging around 4 consecutive break and runs per match in stage 3. Would like to roll past the 6. Worst case would have been stuck on the 6 with no shot at the 7 either. Now best of 45 frames raced to 23. Are we gonna see 44 frames played and a deciding 45th frame?
10秒。
I do think that if it continues like this, with both players not able to find their break and get a few consecutive break and runs, it is gonna be very close at the end. But obviously a long way to go. Just takes one break and run streak for the entire match to change. Both these players more than capable of a 4+ consecutive streak. Yeah, this is getting slightly tougher for Zhao Ruliang at the table now. I actually expected him to take the 6 first and push the cue ball off 3 rails back to the center. Black ball does go to the bottom left corner pocket and right center. Oh, he's played to hold. And I thought for a second that he got a good roll off the 10. Yeah, he's played that to hold for the black ball into the bottom left. Now Kungpeng to the table, but that 6 ball right in the jaws of the pocket. He has the advantage of having more balls on the table, means more places to put the cue ball. That Zhao Ruliang would not have a shot on the 6. But that 6 blocking the 10-14. Yeah, this is why he didn't take the 15, which is just above the black ball, because now plays the combination, pots the 6, which is legal, and runs the white ball up table into a place where Zhao Ruliang can't see the black ball, but he doesn't play that shot. And I'm surprised, as this might come to a stalemate if those stripes get closer. We did see that in the previous encounter between these two. Game came right down to the black ball and they called a stalemate and re-racked. A very high chance that Kungpeng is going to get ball in hand. Yes, it's coming towards the 14 and it's going to pot the 6. Now with that 6 potted, everything is pretty much open for Kungpeng at the table. And this is why he's kept the 15. 15 serves as a blocker for the black ball for Kungpeng. How far can he get past the 9? Might have to use... Yeah, he's going 2 cushions. That's a good hit. That's a very good contact on the black ball, but unless it found the pocket, he's at a huge disadvantage in this frame. Previous visit, Kungpeng missed the 13 to the top right. I don't expect him to miss again. Hasn't left himself the greatest angle on this 11 to the top left. Yeah, doesn't have to have the greatest angle when you can play that pot at that pace. Just off straight, and he's able to get the cue ball the entire table length down the table. Very early days in this match now, and if the previous encounter between these two shows us anything, scoreline at the moment won't really phase these two players. However, I've not seen Zhao Ruliang go behind by that amount of frames. As Kungpeng was 7 frames behind, I've not seen Ruliang being 7 frames behind. I have not seen how he plays under those conditions and under that pressure. Yeah, you miss your last ball in the game of Heyball at a significant disadvantage, and this is what happens. You lose the frame. 3-2 to Kungpeng. And at this level, with the mistakes being so few and far between, it usually comes down to the breaks. And he's made 2 in the center pocket. They aren't the 2 that we usually see, but with this break, it's just about making a ball. It's all about making a ball, keeping the cue ball on the table as well. As you can imagine, controlling the cue ball at that pace. Solids in play, able to miss the 3 and just get past it. Has options now, but 5 ball behind the 12. Now usually if he feels that getting the cue ball behind the 5 to play it the way it is not a shot he wants to play, and you will see these players disrupt the 5 as soon as they can. Bring it out into open, bring it into a more potable position. Currently where the 5 ball is, it does go to the top left corner pocket on our screen. And And actually, might not need to. He plays the 1 down, leaves a slight angle on the 2. He can run through the 2 and he'll be landing right behind the 5. Yeah, he's missed the 1. I really wanted to see him get behind the 5 from this 2 ball. Had to put the extension on the cue there, stretching more than halfway across this table. He's on 9-foot Joy Q8 tables. So not able to make the most of potting a ball on the break as Kungpeng. At the moment, Zhao Ruliang faced with more problems than Kungpeng had. Interesting shot choice. He might have left the 6 still on, but he hasn't opened the 5. Yeah, there we see it. From this camera angle, the 6 definitely does go into the center pocket. Now it looks like the 14 being where it is, the green stripe 14, might be blocking the path of the 5 to that corner now. There we go, you can see what he's looking at, what he's pointing at. He's left the angle on the 3 to the top left. Cue ball's coming around off 2 cushions. I think best case scenario, he clips the 12 and the cue ball comes past the 5. Yeah, just like that, but not so much. I didn't expect him to play it at that pace. Looking at the cue ball stopping around halfway. And if he can make this, what a recovery shot this will be from Zhang Kungpang. He's playing it almost dead weight and it's close. It's there. Absolutely brilliant. So far, best shot of the match. Cue ball very close to that bottom cushion on our screen, and to play that at that pace, anyone who's played this game, you know what a tough shot that is. It's not only about the pot itself, it's what you're leaving afterwards. Take a look at where the cue ball is if Zhao Ruliang comes to the table.
10秒。
And this frame now to take a 2-point lead in this match for Kungpeng. And we did say this is going to come down to the breaks, but at the moment, potting recovery shots like that, it's gonna say this would be a very well-deserved frame for Kungpeng, but he's gone into the black ball. And he needs another one. He needs another one of those recovery shots, and this has to go in. There is benefit of hanging it in the pocket where the 11 is, but it has to go. And it's gone. Not in the intended pocket, but it's there. So no matter that it went in a different pocket, there are no caller pocket shots in the rules of Heyball anymore. What matters is that it went in. And now Zhang Kungpang leads 4 frames to 2 in this race to 23. As we see another dry break from him. So Jao Ruliang at the table. Now in stage 3, I would have to say that Kungpang had the tougher draw. First match, Chu Bingjie. That's already tells you all you need to know. Won that 13-12, then had to go through Phone Mint. 15-9, Tang Shun Shao, 17-10. Lost to Ruliang in the winner's bracket final. And then had to go through a very informed Gareth Potts as well. 19-11 in the loser's bracket final last night. Stripes in play for Zhao Ruliang, and that ball just made it in off the outside jaw. From what we expect of these players, Zhao Ruliang at the table, this is almost an expected clearance from him. We do see that the 13-11 does go near the Liber win sign. Straight in the heart of the pocket goes the 12 ball. We did see that the 9 does pass the 5, might have to use the right-hand side of the center pocket. Yes, and this is a battle between the Q Lee's player versus the Q Rock player. Zhao Ruliang, the Q Lee's player, and Q Lee's, a lot of international players using Q Lee's as well now. Also using the right equipment for this game. The right cues, the right tips make such a huge difference. Equipment purpose-built for the game of Heyball, as this is a hybrid sport. In my opinion, it definitely does require purpose-built equipment. And that is a great finish from Zhao Ruliang to put his third point on the board.
第8局赵汝亮开球。
7 frames played, score 4-3 in favor of Zhang, Kungpang. That was a rack and run off his dry break from Jao Ruang in the previous frame. And we will have a player break after this frame, every 8 frames. He's made the 2 bottom right corner pocket. And that's his first time potting a ball on the break. Now we will see those statistics after this frame. Percentage of potting a ball on the break. Now his, I think, would definitely be lower than Kungpeng's at the moment. Seven frames played, we've seen 4 one-visit clearances and no break and runs yet. So do we go into the break at 4-all, or is it going to be 5-3 to Kungpeng? With the way this frame is shaping up, with a good break, potting a ball on the break as well. Just has to be able to navigate around 11-5-13 at the bottom end of the table. Other than that, no real cause for concern. As you can see, with his break, usually very few balls close to the cushion. In this case, just the 4, but quite a bit away from the ball cushion as well. And that's usually what we see with the more controlled, softer break. Balls tend to stay more central, less clusters. At the moment, these all go. The 13 does go past the 11 into the bottom left. So once again, extension on the back of the cue, stretching more than halfway across the table. But he's going to need the spider arrest for this. Now spider is being used because he has to get over the 3. Definitely adds an element of difficulty to the shot, especially when you are playing for position like that. You're going to definitely try and overhit that than underhit it, because a few rolls less and he's behind the black ball. Very well taken so far from Zhao Ruliang. And our first break and run, Zhao Ruliang equalizes 4-4 before the break.
双方暂停10分钟，10分钟未到，判规矩。
比赛暂停，好运继续。现在是我们观众互动环节。 台下的观众朋友们，给我们的摄像头打个招呼吧！挥舞你们的双手，欢呼起来！现在是我们幸运时刻，来，有请我们的导播进行下一道具。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文。 郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台米领导品牌。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。 以点线面，以小见大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备。 严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大，精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
园有枳兮，篱有兰，这里生态优美，山清水秀，五水河畔，光影四射，它是那么的灵动和风雅。芷江是侗族人民自治县。 是一座被少数民族侗乡文化所萦绕的魅力之城。湖南省100名最美扶贫人物唯厨酒庄董事长吴如女士，在2001年激情焕发，投资农业，扎根芷江。经过多年耕耘，刺葡萄种植基地连绵有5万多亩。 他带领当地村民把优质的刺葡萄打造成了集种植、生产、加工、观光于一体的农旅典范，助力富民产业与全域旅游、生态建设、乡村振兴深度融合。行走在酒庄，可见东南亚风格的酒吧，配套齐全的露营基地，风格迥异的美食餐厅。 小资情调的千金民宿，典雅精致的侗族演艺大厅，1000个春天，更有气势恢宏的侗家鼓楼巨福楼，楼高30多米。巨福楼广场可同时容纳1万名游客。荷花满园的田园，一花一世界，一步一风景，宛若世外桃源。唯厨酒庄非物质文化收藏馆。 陈列了侗家织布机等非物质文化物件。漫步在幽静和散发着清香的刺葡萄园中，畅享丰收的喜悦，让你心旷神怡。走进酒庄地下酒窖， 扑面而来的葡萄酒香味儿，让你仿佛沐浴在温情浪漫的红酒文化之中。维楚酒庄的建设始终以世界的眼光、国际的标准，以宾客为尊的理念，高标准、高质量建成了中国最美冻香酒庄，同时酿造出了品质一流的红酒。近2年来，酒庄开展了采摘节、小丑节、亚伦蒂尼飞虎 P40潮流音乐节，以及怀化味道第7届高山刺葡萄节等丰富多彩的主题活动。期间，人声鼎沸，好评如潮。维楚酒庄还倾力打造了大型文旅实景演绎“动情芷江”，以浓郁的冻香文化大餐惊艳呈现。维楚酒庄的美食自成体系，有精、美、情、理的特色，科学布局业态，全力做好文旅加电商加乡村振兴，着力打造网红打卡之地，形成了3农服务的文旅 IP。感受侗族风情，品尝红酒和美食，沉浸于载歌载舞之中，尽情享受红酒与艺术碰撞的文化盛宴，享受诗酒远方的美好愿景。维楚有酒，于斯为醉。中国最美冻香酒庄，欢迎您！
我是代言人赵卫国，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Not much, Abisa. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球69个国家。
继续吗？暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，赵如亮开球。
And we are back after that player break, score 4-all. Before that break, 1 break and run from Zhao Ruliang, 2 rack and runs each. So 8 frames played, 5 1-visit clearances.
10秒。
Yeah, now I foresee a problem in this match if those balls to the center don't keep going in. Yeah, and the 3 and the 14, look at where they've gone. From what we've seen usually with his break, Those are the two that are always heading towards the center and more often than not going in. We did have those stats just after the last frame. 60% potting a ball off the break for Zhang Kungpeng and 33% for Zhao Ruliang.
10秒。
Solids in play for Kungpeng. Now, even though he did pot a stripe after the solid, it's the solid that he made contact with first. If you watch this again, he made contact with the 2 and then potted the 15, but solid was contacted first, so that's the ball on, and that's the ball that he will be playing, the ball choice. Had to take an indirect path to get the 4 in, going past the 9. Made that look simple enough. And so far, we did see Kungpeng leading 4-2 after 6 frames, but Zhao Ruliang quickly caught that up, taking a frame and then a quick break and run. Once again, always makes a shot tougher using that rest, and the referee would be right there checking for the foul on the 13. Now both these players, consistent top 16, top 8 finishes at the Joy Station events. Top 6 finish for Kungpeng at the 2025 Grandmasters Finals. Top 12 for Zhao Ruliang. Also, Zhao Ruliang runner-up at last year's 2024 Grandmasters Finals against Chu Bingxie, the eventual winner of that tournament. But on the international front, I think we had a really great performances by Fonement and Gareth Potts. So 4th place finish for Fonement, 3rd place for Gareth Potts. And you have to remember in stage 3, it's the top 16 Chinese players who came through the tournament against the top 16 international players who came through stage 1 and 2. And Kungpeng takes the lead once again with the rack and run off the dry break. As you saw, 3 rack and runs for Zhang Kungpang, 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs for Zhao Ruliang. And the reason for 5 rack and runs is because of the dry breaks. Now look at the power that went into that. And another dry break. If you've noticed and if you've watched a few of the other matches with the longer races, 17, 19, you notice that this is how the match usually starts. Quite close, quite tight, until one player is able to find their breaks and make a few consecutive break and runs. Even if it's just 2 at a time, it makes a huge difference in the scoreline. So at the moment, I'd actually say that these players are searching for the right break for the current conditions. And I think that's why the triangle rack was introduced again, is because it adds this element of excitement and surprise. You're not seeing a ball made consistently. And that's what is happening with the magic rack being used. Players could pretty much call a ball on the break into the center pockets. You're looking at a 90% to at least 80% pot rate on the break from the top players. So that's why the triangle rack was introduced, and also cue ball can be placed anywhere in the balk area, so it also gives you a lot more options to try to find the right break with the triangle rack. Zhao Ruliang on stripes. He's released the 13. Left the cue ball almost tight on the ball cushion. Has a recovery ball at the bottom of the table. The 14 does go to the bottom left corner. There it is. Cue ball heading towards the center pocket, always on a shot like that. And so far in this match, Zhang Kungpang, definitely the enforcer. He's been taking the lead. Biggest lead he had so far was 2 frames, but Zhao Ruliang not letting him get further than that. I would say player at the table, Zhao Ruliang at the moment, he is one of the most consistent currently. Also has a great demeanor around the table, the way he approaches a shot, the way he approaches the table. Reverse side on the cue ball to get it back up the table, closer to the black ball from where it was. And this for another rack and run, and it's there. Yeah, both these players under the age of 30. And I have read that Zhao Ruliang, he is one of the best players born in the 2000s. I have him as 24 years of age, so born in 2001. So this would be the new generation coming through. That's after Yang Fan and Zheng Yubo. This man at the table trained by Yang Fan. And this time a ball made on the break, so it's a chance for him to take the lead now. He's been behind in the last few frames, always had to play catch up.
10秒，延时。
So far, 7 one-visit clearances in 10 frames. So you could say in this match we have a 70% one-visit clearance rate. And that is a very, very high standard indeed. But nothing less expected from these two players at the table. Now the only problem I see on the table for him is what he was just looking at, the 12 and the 3. And there we go, he's taken the 3 out. Didn't make contact on the 12 though, and that's why it's still there. A bit of recovery and rerouting required now for Zhao Ruliang. He played that into the 12. That was played into the 12, and look at where the cue ball is now. I don't think there is enough space for the 12 to get past the 3. It's very close. Yeah, from the overhead it doesn't look like it goes. I don't know if he can nip enough on the side of the 12 to get it cushioned first off the 3. With where he put the cue ball now, I don't think he was actually going for the pot. He was taking out the 3, trying to get the cue ball safe. At the same time, trying to create disturbance with Zhang Kungpeng's balls on the table. Containing safety shot, not leaving anything easy on the table. Yes, of course he can take the 9 down to the bottom right, but there's no real benefit in playing a shot like that. I would say there's more benefit in playing the 9 and potting the 6 ball with the cue ball. Jacked up on the cue ball, playing low on the cue ball, so that's the shot he's played. He's played exactly that. And that's how you can try and get a tactical advantage using that rule of being able to pot your opponent's ball. It's exactly what it's there for. You saw the tap on the table from Zhang Kungpang, acknowledging that that was a good shot considering the circumstance that Jao Ruliang is in. He's left the 7. Is he going to take this on? No, he's not taking it on. He wants a safe cue ball. Cue ball stuck to the bottom cushion on our screen. It's quite amazing that you don't see these players struggling with the pace. And we've seen so many players have a problem with the pace, but that's how quickly they can adapt. Usually TV table 1 always runs slightly faster under the TV lights, playing almost like a heated table. After that, he has left the 4 onto the bottom right corner pocket on our screen for Zhang Kungpeng. He's taken it. But he still has work to do in that balk area, the 5 and the 3. He's looking at whether it's a combination. That's what he's looking at the moment. From this angle, it looks like it would be heading more towards the right cushion. Played to release the 1 ball with that. Now he's either going to be forced to take the combination or cross bank the 1. Yeah, he was definitely trying to move the 1 and wasn't playing to get the cue ball out and up table. Looks like he's going down to the corner. He is, and he was playing to set up on the 3-5 as well. The table given back to Zhao Ruliang now with just 3 stripes. The way he's played that, almost perfectly landing on the 14 to the top right corner pocket. I think many players would have actually just potted that and played on the 9. Come out and around to play the 14, but the 3 and 5 being where it is could make that slightly tricky, and if that doesn't go right, you are in trouble. Cue ball cleaned once again. Yeah, doesn't want any kind of bad contact now on the cue ball and object ball getting down for the black ball. And that's the reason these players get the cue ball cleaned. A little bit of chalk on the cue ball, it can cause a bad contact with the object ball. We've seen it. And what a bad contact can do, it usually pushes the object ball thick and at the same time takes all the reaction out of the cue ball. Not something you want, as Zhao Ruliang takes the lead 6 frames to 5. I see Zhao Ruliang putting on a glove. Now of recent, I've seen him playing without a glove. He's currently leading 6 frames to 5. And that's why he's put on the glove. Power break time for Zhao Ruliang. And I did mention this earlier, that if he sees that the softer, more control break isn't working, he is going to switch. So he feels that they've kept the scoreline tight for long enough now, and it's time that he pulls away.
10秒，延时。
One ball as his starter to secure solids on the table. Six and 7 don't look set for the center, but they do go to the top left corner pocket, and taking one will release the other then to the center pocket. And although just 5 solids left on the table, they aren't, as you can see, they aren't easy. It's the positional play required to make them easier. I was wondering if the 7 passes. It does. Right behind the bottom right corner pocket, the 7 goes through the gap between 2 and 13. good. It's there. Have to come back to the shot on the 4 ball. Played it twice across to land behind the 7. And that's the reason he is where he is. And I think after the next shot, one more good positional shot required, and I think he should be good. Might need one more. It's not perfect yet. You have to consider the black ball very close to that ball cushion. He looks to be taking the 2 to the center. And because he's on the wrong side, the cue ball is going away from the 6, so he has to come back towards it. Like that. He's left himself the angle on the 6 as well, to get the cue ball right behind the black ball. It's not going to be that close though. Yeah, I thought as much. He's going to punch it in off the right side rail and yeah, very nicely on the black ball. And another break and run for Zhao Ruliang. Outstanding break and run from Zhao Ruliang, and the glove is back on, so this is going to be another power break most likely from him, as he's found something that works. And that break and run started from the 1 ball. The key shot was the 2 to the 6. And then of course 6 ball to the black ball. And look at that, all of a sudden from having quite a low percentage of potting a ball on the break. If we count the previous 2 frames, 100% potting a ball on the break. So currently Zhao Ruliang leading 7 frames to 5 in this race to 23 grand finals, winners break format, which I think he's going to be taking full advantage of now. He's currently on 2 break and runs, 3 rack and runs, so 5 clearances, or 5 one-visit clearances out of 7 frames. His opponent, Zhang Kungpang, 3 rack and runs out of 5 frames. As you can see, 3 ball not available to the top left corner pocket, which is why he's played the 7 that way. Stunned the cue ball to play the 3 in the opposite top right corner pocket. And by no means is a shot like that easy, especially at that pace, playing it from where the cue ball is. Alignment and cue action have to be absolutely perfect to get that in. You have to remember, the closer the object ball to the cushion, the less of a pocket you are shooting at. And these pockets are quite tight, just a ball and a bit in the corner pockets. 85 millimeters at the slate drop. That's the size of the corner pockets on these tables. Really test your accuracy. Pretty much test every aspect of your game. Focus, accuracy, stamina. A little bit pacey on that. And you see a reaction from Zhao Ruliang there. Slight lapse in judgment. It was looking like an excellent opportunity to take an 8th point and a 3-frame lead. And what has he done? And how does he get out of this? He's made contact, and ball has made contact with the cushion after contact with the cue ball, so legal shot. And in actual fact, although he has just 2 object balls on the table, he's put Zhang Kungpeng in a place where he doesn't have an easy pot. Black ball is obstructing the path to the 9, the 2 obstructing the path to the 12. He can only see the 13 and 14. Yeah, but look at where he's put the cue ball now. It looks like he can see a part of the 4, and I think that's what he's looking at, whether the 4 does go. He's been down the right hand side of the table looking at that. Well, I actually think he's got that quite fine. If he hit that slightly thicker, he was going cushion first and then 9. There was definitely a chance that that 4 ball could have found its way closer to that bottom left corner pocket. But now, with where the 4 is at the moment, Zhang Kungpang, massive favorite to take this frame. Nicely done. Also, you'd notice the pace that he played that at. Play that any harder, it might not go in, and it can push the 9 out as well, which would then open the pocket for the 4. And although still very early stages in this match, I'd say still in the first third, this is quite a big frame because it was a clear opportunity for Zhao Ruliang to take a 3-frame lead. Just as it looked like he was finding some sort of rhythm on the break. Seemed like he's got the break right. And that positional error from him brought Zhang Kungpang to the table, and after 2 visits, this is the result. Kungpang takes his 6 point, 7-6 now to Zhao Ruliang. So 13 frames played, 7-6 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. It's the power break once again, and oh, the 7 might go. No, it's not there. So firstly, cue ball comes very close to going into the center. And we got the 7 just outside bottom right. 10 gets a kiss off the black ball, but not good enough. And I feel like the entire dynamic of the match has changed just based on those 2 breaks from Zhao Ruliang, where he potted a ball on both breaks, had the opportunity to make a second consecutive break and run. So something has definitely changed. Now the 7-10 at the bottom of your screen to the right side. Taking the 7 would open up the pocket to the black ball, so shouldn't be an issue there. 3 goes to the center. So I think you just take the 7 cleanly. There's no need for any extra touches on the 10. So for Zhao Ruliang taking this frame, guarantee him his 8 point. Not only means he'll be coming back to break next, but also guarantees him that he won't be down at the break. If he gets the 8 point on the board, worst case scenario is 8 all at the second player break of 16 frames. And that's how you judge these long matches. They are split into these 8 frame mini sessions. If you look at the first 8 frames, the score is 4 all. Now we'll see what it is at the second 8 frames, but this very nicely done so far from Zhao Ruliang. And that's a rack and run to take his 8 point. He leads 8 frames to 6.
10秒。
Zhao Ruliang currently 8-6 up, and almost all the balls are in the top half of the table. Look at the amount of power he is able to generate. He's potted the 6 in the bottom right, and there's only 2 balls in the bottom half. Wouldn't be a problem at all if we were playing the old break rule where you had to have a 4-point break. Meant that 4 balls must cross the balk line, or you pot 1 and 3 balls must cross. Now that rule was there to eliminate the soft break completely from play. Now, as you can see, with the new revision 2025 of the Heyball rules, which I feel personally, I think we have found the best set of rules at the moment for this game. The winner's break format causes a little bit of controversy in the comments section, of course. But it only causes that controversy when you see one player making 4+ consecutive break and runs. But if you've been watching the streams and even this match, look at the amount of dry breaks we've had. There's absolutely no guarantee of making a ball on the break, and if a player changes their break until they find the right break and they are able to use their skill to get the break right, and it's something that they've practiced and worked on, if there are so many dry breaks and a player is able to find 5 or 6 break and runs, I don't think that's all luck involved there. But as we have seen, it enables a player to take the lead and extend his lead very quickly. But at the same time, it allows the player behind to make a comeback when they do find form or find their break as well. Take the Mint and Tang Shunshao match as an example. That was in the winners semi-final or loser semi-final bracket. Yeah, it was loser semi-final bracket 2 days ago. Mint 14-8 up in a race to 17, leading very comfortably by 6 frames, and all of a sudden Tang Shunshao puts together a few clearances and puts together 8 frames in a row to make it 16-14. Now, a comeback like that possible because of that rule. And in the end, Phone was able to get another 3 frames and win that 17-16. Although Zhao Ruliang made a ball on the break, table was not favorable for a break-in run, which is why he played that safety, putting the cue ball at the top and the 14 down in the bottom left. Does the 10-13 go, or does he have to disturb that? There's your answer. He's disturbed that, and he's landed on the 13 as well. What a shot that is, and look at the 9 going in at that pace. It takes, and the only reason that's taking is because this is a steel block table. Any other pocket is not taking that. That's the difference it makes when it's a steel block bolted on to the slates. There's no give, as opposed to if it was purely wood. And for shots like that, it matters. It makes a huge difference. Not only the way the pockets take, but also the consistent bounce. That's another one. That's another one where the pocket took the 11 at that pace. Have a look at the 11 going in. Now from here, it doesn't look like he has that much of an angle on this 14. And he was trying to force something out of it. Is he on the 10? His work would have been so much easier if the cue ball was closer to the left side cushion on the 14. Could have brought the cue ball through the 3 and the 1. And And this time, he's missed that by too much for the pocket to take. He's caught the outside jaw way too early.
10秒，延时。
Now this comes back to the benefit of having more balls on the table, and usually in this game, if you miss your last ball, you are getting punished. Either your opponent has to make a huge blunder or you have to get really lucky. He's swerving this. He's playing the swerve. It's gonna be look at that. That is unbelievable. Okay, I take that back about the luck. That was not luck. I'd rather say blunder from Zhang Kungpeng leaving the swerve on. Unbelievable. And then he's gone on to miss the black ball. After that, that was one of the best shots that I've seen all tournament. Especially on this TV table. I can't believe he's potted it and then missed the black ball. That was a chance at 9-6, and you would definitely then be ahead as we go into the 16-frame player break. Now table very much open for Zhang Kungpang at the table. Now needs to get the cue ball into the bottom half of the table on our screen to play the 3 into the same center as the 1. Now he's just 2 pots away from being on the black ball and then getting his 7th point on the board. And it's a point that he shouldn't have gotten after that swerve and with position on the black ball. Zhang Kungpeng should have not been at the table again. And these can be huge frames, the ones that you weren't supposed to win. Zhang Kungpang takes his 7th point. He trails 8 frames to 7.
北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。 优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
第16局，张坤鹏开球。
15 frames played, 8-7 to Zhao Ruliang. Zhang Kungpang to break in the 16th frame. After this frame, we will have another player break. It was all square at 4-all. And there's an applause for Zhang Kungpang potting balls on the break. 3 and the 13, straight into the center pocket. So far, Zhang Kungpang, 3 rack and runs and no break and runs yet. Zhao Ruliang, 4 rack and runs and 2 break and runs. So this frame for Kungpang to equalize at 8-all. And after this, we will get the percentage of balls potted on the break again. Nice to see if it's changed. Kungpeng was on 60, Ruliang on 30. I think Ruliang's has definitely changed. He should be around the 50% mark now. That being said, he's not happy with the position of the cue ball. As you can see, I don't think he's on the 7, which he wanted to be on, and even the 4 as well. Now the 5 was the connector to the black ball. But it's now turned into the recovery ball. And once again, problems. Not on the 7 and not on the 4. And huge frame, this is the difference between 8-all and 9-7. Is it there? It's there, and the position on the 7 as well. Did we ever doubt him? And we saw this against Tang Chunchao and against Gareth Potts. Back against the wall, has to pull off a bank shot, and more than 90% of the time he pots it. Yeah, I was going to say, he's not over the line yet. He had to make position on the black ball. It'd be nice to see a replay of that. He's played that so well. He was always going into the 11. There we go, watch this. Oh, they're showing us the bank once again. But yeah, on the 7, he was going into the 11. So he had to put so much power into the cue ball to not only move cue ball, but move the 11 as well. And this for 8-all. It's not there. That was for 8-all and his first break and run. That's 3 missed black balls in the match from both these players. 1 from Zhao Ruliang and 2 now from Zhang Kungpang. If you remember in the first frame, he missed the cutback into the bottom left corner pocket, blind pocket cutback. which gave Zhao Ruliang the first point. Six balls on the table, 6 playing 1. There's always a place to put the cue ball now. At the moment, the 12 being where it is, that is a nice blocker. So means cue ball anywhere on this side of the table, he's also snookered. 10 as well is a blocker if he gets behind the 10. But look at this is going to be behind the 15 and the 12 and the 9. Not only that, even if he leaves the cue ball, if he overruns it, leaves a cue ball by the Liber win sign on the bottom of our screen, he's on the wrong side. I expect him to come close.
10秒。
I do expect him, he's close, very close. Now, do you take on the 10 to the top left? No, he doesn't. With the 9 and 15 being available, I prefer the 9. By the looks of this, the 14 does go, so the way he's planned this, he's going to go into the 10 actually from the 12. He's left a slight angle, that was the plan. Even if he's not on the 10, will be on the 15, should be on the 14. And that's why it's so important to have a recovery ball after a shot like that. Because especially at that pace, you're not guaranteed to land on that ball. Yes, hitting it at half that speed, I would say it stays in close proximity to the cue ball. And I think that Ruliang is going to make Zhang Kungpeng pay for that missed black ball, and it might be costly. And this is as we approach the 16 frame player break. This best of 45 frames race to 23. So you could say we are about a third of the way at the moment, especially with the scoreline being this even. And now certainly 9th point on the board for Zhao Ruliang. 9th point on the board, we go into the break, he's leading 9-7.
好的，接下来让我们暂停紧张的对决，我们再次拿出精美的礼品送给现场的各位观众朋友们。 让我看到你们掌声和欢呼声，好吗？我们的声响非常的大，但是还不够热烈。再一次大声的喊出你们支持。
金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台迷领导品牌。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球69个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。 欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉。
And that's the beautiful trophy on offer for the winner of the Zhijiang Station Super Tour. Score currently 9-7 to Zhao Ruliang over Zhang Kungpang. In the previous frame before the break, Kungpang with a chance at a break and run, his first one of the match, but not there as he missed the black ball to the bottom left corner pocket. Now, very rare that you see these players missing black balls. Ball potted, but cue ball potted as well for Zhao Ruliang now. He went back to the softer break. And I wonder why. It was looking like the more powerful break was working for him. Now ball in hand for Zhang. Kungpang behind the balk line has to play forward, as you can see, so can't play the 5, which is in the balk area. Now solids in play. He played to move the 1, but he wanted the 1 heading towards the bottom left corner pocket, not being bunched up to the 10 as it is, but it looks like it's still potable to that same corner pocket. Now, so far in this match, we've seen Zhang Kungpang missed 2 black balls, 1 in the first frame, 1 in the previous one. Jao Ruliang missing a black ball as well. Now 2 ball is a connector to the 5, which is currently the only outlier on this table as it's away from all the solids. Which means you have to find a ball to get to it, and then you have to find another ball after that to play on afterwards. Yeah, absolutely hammered that in, and he's been rewarded for that. Good shot from Kungpang. Hey, he's behind the 1, he's looking at it. We are behind the pocket. It does go. Barely, but it does go. Yeah, nicely done. Ball like that can't afford to touch the object ball near it. Once it touches the 10, it's gone. And he's taken these solids really well in the 17th frame. So about 1/3 through this match now. 2 hours and 20 minutes elapsed. Very clinical, very good. Kunpeng takes the 8-point and another rack and run. And as you saw those stats, 4 rack and runs each. The only thing separating them is 1 point on the board and the 2 break and runs from Zhao Ruliang. The 9's gonna go in, the 9's there. Now is this the point where he equalizes the match once again? At 9 frames each. Stripes in play for Zhang Kungpang. Just 5 left on the table now as he did pot the 9 on the break. So far this is off Zhao Ruliang's try break in the previous frame. This is when winner's break format can start to affect things and start to make a serious difference in the scoreline or in the match. where a dry break can cost you a good few frames and keep you seated in that chair for quite a while. But once again, opposing player with the same opportunity to do the same. And I don't know why Zhao Ruliang changed his break on the previous frame. Looks like he found something that worked, the power break. And usually you'll see Zhang Kungpang getting the cue ball cleaned either on his last ball or second last ball, usually before the black ball. Looks like that's part of his routine now as well. Yeah, that went in off the outside jaw. Was not the easiest pot going past the 7. And that's his first break and run on the board. He equalizes 9-all. And after 18 frames, we are all square in this grand final. Race to 23. It's 9-all. And he's potted a ball 2. And this is usually the pattern that I've seen in these matches. It starts off with a few dry breaks. Nothing to really be concerned about. And then you'll see a few break and runs coming, and then the consecutive break and runs come as well. At the moment, Zhang Kungpang on 1 break and run, Zhao Ruliang on 2. But he's potted a ball on this break.
10秒。延时。
Now he's taken his extension. Players get 45 seconds per shot and 1 extension of 30 seconds per frame. It's the reason also we have referees at every single table at these Joy tournaments. To enforce that rule. Oh, he's been quite unlucky with the cue ball. Good pot. He also nudged into the 7, but look at where the cue ball's gone. Playing the 4 off the 3. Yep. So we aren't going to see a consecutive, well, a second consecutive break and run from Kungpeng just yet. And that's where you can see to run 3 or 4 plus break and runs or consecutive break and runs, you do need a little bit of a good roll as well. he's also taken his extension. He is on stripes. It's a good pot, doesn't want the 5 to tie up the 10, which it has done. So that 5 going towards the 10 has just created a little bit of extra work for Zhao Ruliang now. And that's why he's handed the table back to Zhang Kungpang. Didn't see an easy way to deal with the 10 and the 5. He's played the tactical shot by pushing the 15 closer to the top right corner pocket. Say the 6 is a tempter for Kungpang. Yes, he's taken it. Now by him potting that also means he's taking pieces off the board if this does become a chess game at a later stage in the match or in the frame. Yeah, the 7 does go past the 15, but now he is forced to take on the clearance. And he's purposely left himself low on the 7, so the cue ball should be coming into the 10-5 now. But no recovery ball on the table. It means that he has to get position on it. Oh, he's played to stay on the 5. He's played to come before the 5. And that has caused an issue for him. Yeah, from this angle you can see that the 5 was available into the top right. I didn't have this view before to see that. So he's played on the 5, but underhit that slightly. And now, once again, having more balls on the table for Zhao Ruliang. It's a definite advantage. As he can play shots like that, get his ball out in the open, put the cue ball behind the black ball. Usually from what we see in a situation like this, person that has less balls on the table should never win. It's 5 playing 1 at the moment. And that aspect of the game you have to consider, especially when going for a clearance.
10秒。
You have to make the necessary considerations.
5、4。
Whether the clearance is really on or whether you are going to have a problem with your last ball or two, because then this is exactly what's going to happen. Yes, there's a chance. There's always a chance that Zhang Kungpang goes into the 5 at 100 miles an hour and gets lucky. Yeah, do you see? It's going to bounce off the 15. Yeah, a little bit harder, and that was heading towards the top right corner pocket as well. But unless you get very fortunate or your opponent makes a serious judgment error, chances will always be with the player that has more object balls on the table. Now, does he leave the 15 on the ball cushion as his last ball? So the black ball is on that side of the table, does go to the center. It does look like he's going to use the 14 to connect to the 10, to the top left corner pocket, then 15, then black ball. Unless he's changed his mind. Yes, he has. I would think the 15 gives him a better chance at being on the black ball to the center pocket. Now with the 14, either he has to work the cue ball a lot or he's going to land for the black ball into the top left. From here, he looks to be pretty straight, and it's a deep screw into the top half of the table if he wants to play it into the center pocket. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no problem at all for Zhao Ruliang. And this black ball to take his 10th point and lead 10 frames to 9 over Zhang Kungpang. And after 19 frames played, Zhao Ruliang leading 10 frames to 9 over Zhang Kungpang. This is a race to 23 winners break in this grand final of the Zhijiang station here in China. Glove is back on, so that means power break. And he's made a ball. Yeah, I think he has to just stick with that. Yes, Yes, it's ball off a ball and gone into the center pocket, but it's better than the dry breaks that he's been having throughout the match.
10秒，延时。
Once again, Spider is being used to take the one ball into the top right pocket. Yeah, this 2 is a definite tester. If he wants to make this break and run now for Zhao Ruliang. Oh, look at that. Look at that. He's been very fortunate for the 2 to go into the center. Rattles the jaws, kiss off the 9 into the right center pocket. And at the same time, with a bit of good fortune, comes a bad roll on the 9, now in front of the 5 to the top left. Also has the 6 on this end of the table to deal with. So not out of the woods yet in this frame is Zhao Ruliang. And we did predict that it is going to be quite a tight match all the way. In contrast to the previous meeting between these 2 players, just 3 days ago in the winners bracket final.
10秒。
Little nudge on the 5 makes the 5 potable now. Yeah, in that match, scoreline was 6-2 at the first break. During the match, it was 9-2 to Zhao Ruliang. Then 10-6 at the second break. As we know, Zhang Kungpang was able to equalize at 12-all and 16-all. But wasn't able to hold on, and Zhao Ruliang winning that one in the end. But here so far, 4-all at the first break, 9-7 to Zhao Ruliang at the second break. Now this is slightly easier than the 2 that he missed earlier. The 2 was closer to the cushion. So as the ball comes more off the cushion, there's more of the pocket available to it. But it does look like he's gonna use that little piece of good fortune on the 2 to his advantage in this frame. This black ball for his 3rd break and run and 11th point, and it's there. He leads 11-9 over Zhang Kungpang. And once again, Zhao Ruliang has a 2-frame lead. The glove is on again, so that means he's gonna be using that powerful break, which has been working. The only problem with the powerful break, from what we've seen, is there usually are a few problems on the table. He's made a ball again. If you look at the replay of that, you would see there was a ball heading to the center, the 10. But because of the pace in it, the 7 comes and knocks the 10 away. But really in this case, especially from the dry breaks we saw in the beginning of this match, he has to stick with what's working. And currently this is working for him. He's currently got 3 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. His opponent just 1 break and run. So already not only better on the stats, but currently 2 points ahead. And race to 23, it's a real test of endurance, stamina, focus. And from what we've seen, great little shot to push the 14 down, opening up the 2 and the 7 nicely. Yeah, from what we've seen, these players, the score can be 22 all. There's no drop in focus, no drop in energy. But you have to remember, this is what these players train for. It's the reason they practice 8 hours a day. It's the reason they can practice 8 hours a day. And just that is so tough on its own. There's no match pressure in that. There's no pressure at all. Practicing in the comfort of your home or your own club, but to put in even 4+ hours a day. And I've personally witnessed these players, and especially the 2 players at the table. I've witnessed them, the amount they practice at this tournament. We have a practice venue here under the main table on the 1st floor. Main table is on the 3rd floor. 28 practice tables in that venue. Joy Q8 steel block with Lieberwind 8848, so the exact same conditions as the tournament. Day or night, these players are on those tables, especially before and after a match. Now that's quite rare to see. Win or lose after a match, they are on the practice tables just to put in the hours that they want to for that day. Now 1 good pot on the 4 ball for Zhao Ruliang. It's there. Leaves him almost perfect on the black ball to the top left corner pocket. That's another break and run, second consecutive and 12th point.
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
So 4th break and run for Zhao Ruliang, second consecutive now. And it looks like that new break is working for him. Now he is first to 12, which means that at the 24 frame player break, he will definitely not be behind on the scoreline. And he's potted a ball again. That cue ball is always staying on that end of the table though. But it's okay at this stage in the tournament and at this stage in a match specifically to just make 2 or 3 consecutive break and runs can really change the entire dynamic of the match. It's not that Zhang Kungpang is not capable of making break and runs, very capable. Had 7 break and runs against Gareth Potts yesterday in that losers bracket final. Problem is not potting a ball consistently on a break. And at the moment, this player at the table is he's increased the percentage of potting a ball on the break. And when he does pot a ball on the break, very dangerous and very likely to make a break and run as well. Also looks to me like he's decided pulling a lead in the early parts of a match doesn't really work, as your opponent has a lot of time to come back. And I was about to say pulling a lead at this point in time would make a huge difference, but he's missed the 13 for a third consecutive, or a possible third consecutive break and run. Now Kungpeng comes to the table and 2-6-4. All not in the best position for him. The black ball as well, if he has to take on a clearance now, which is why first thing he's doing is 2 ball off the cushion. And look at how good he is with those bank shots. Not only does he get the 2 ball off the cushion, he stays at the table. Makes that look way too easy. Very much intended to push the 4 down to the top right corner pocket, as now that is a connector to disturb black ball and 13. And all of a sudden, what looked like a very tough possible clearance. So I'm thinking, what's the best route for him to go? 5, 6, 1, 4. It's going to be right behind the 6 ball. Yeah, now if you take the 1 first before the 4, it means that no recovery when you are going into the black ball. Yeah, good pot, especially from that angle that he had to be over the table. So it definitely looks like it's going to be 1, then 4. Now in this case, the black ball and 13 being where it is, going full ball into the 13 would actually be most beneficial. Oh, look at that lapse in concentration. So worried about the 4 ball. Yeah, he was so worried about being perfect on the 4 to make that shot into the black ball that he's totally forgot about the pot on the 1. A slightly similar situation for Zhao Ruliang. He has the 14. The 14 can connect him into the 13. Only difference is he has to move the 13 and make it potable for himself before he gets to the black ball. You always are relying on a touch of good fortune and a good roll when it comes to those shots.
10秒。
Yeah, I don't fancy the way he's played that. He had more than enough opportunity to land on the 14 to play it. The way he went, he was always going to be going very close to the 14. He had to hit it full ball to actually get the desired result that he wanted. For then the 14 to go ahead and open up the 13 and black ball. Cue ball behind the 14 now. No, I don't think so. I think he might have just left. Yes, he's left. He's left the entire potting angle of the 4 on. That was a pot attempt. I can tell you that. It was a pot attempt, and to get the cue ball on this side of the 1, so he could then play off 1 cushion coming into the black ball in the 13. Just a couple of unforced errors from Zhang Kungpang. At the moment, a few more than Zhao Ruliang, and also Zhao Ruliang currently breaking better and with more break and runs on the board. Those stats do reflect in the scoreline. Now look at this. Not enough. Not enough. But now he could play the 13 to hide the cue ball, and it should open it up. Very delicate shot that. Yeah, no, not like that. Yeah, I was thinking that slight fine graze of the 13. He's actually got a very decent bounce off the bottom cushion on our side of the table on our screen, because the pace looked like it wasn't there to get this far up for the 4 ball. With the angle he had to play that. Now cut back into the blind pocket, top left. Missed a similar shot in the first frame. Doesn't miss it this time, just gets his 10th point on the board. So after 22 frames played, the score is 12-10 in favor of Jao Ruang. And I also don't understand his shot selection in the previous frame, or his reasoning for trying to go into the pack the way he did, and ultimately I feel that's cost him that frame. He should have been able to capitalize off the missed 1 ball to the center pocket from Kungpang. Now ball potted on the break. He's on 1 break and run thus far in this match. Both players on 4 rack and runs. Zhao Ruliang with 4 break and runs as well. But after taking this 9, everything looks pretty much open for Zhang Kungpang at the table. It looks like he might have underhit that slightly though. It's not the same Kungpang I saw against Tangshan Zhao. Hardly missing a ball, very ruthless when he was at the table. And even against Gareth Potts yesterday, he was definitely on form. That being said, there was an excellent recovery shot, going off 2 cushions to land on the 10 the way he has done. Oh, look at that. Oh my word. What is going on with Kungpang? How has he missed that? I can tell you, Zhao Ruliang sat in his chair, did not expect to be coming back to the table. Very likely until the player break. Because in this winner's break format, Zhang Kungpang could have made him sit in that chair for these 2 frames. Yeah, that's worked out very well. Either a nudge on the 5 or the 7 would have opened up both those balls to the bottom right corner pocket. And in a situation like this, this is where Zhao Ruliang needs to take full advantage of those mistakes. I'll have a look to see if the 3 passes. The 4 definitely should pass the 10. If the 3 doesn't pass, then have to take the 4 to the top left corner pocket past the 10. Yeah, I think these players need that that player break coming up, because I would never expect these misses that we've seen in this frame at least, and in the previous one. And at the moment, I would say we are around the halfway stage of this match. 12-10, race to 23. And even the 11, he's missed that by a lot. Another opportunity handed to Zhao Ruliang to get this 13 point on the board, and it means that he will be leading going into that player break after the next frame. And mentally it does make a bit of a difference going into the break leading. It's very different playing leading than playing when you're down. For the last few frames, Kungpeng has been playing down. He's always had to be chasing. And so far, I have not seen Zhao Ruliang have to play from being far down. Most of his matches, at least the ones that I saw, and if you look at the winners bracket, firstly, hasn't taken a loss. So that tells you everything you need to know. And this black ball now surely for his 13 point, as he leads 13 frames to 10. Zhao Ruliang to break in the 24th frame. He's leading 13 points to 10 in this race to 23. Grand final of the Zhijiang station here in China. So the glove is on. That means full power. And I don't see anything in. No, it's dry. And actually with that break, he's more likely potting a ball in the corner. Watch the right corner. The 11 ball tracking towards that corner pocket. In the previous few frames, a few unforced errors from Zhang, Kungpang, and he'll need to forget about that very quickly. They say the best thing a pool player can have is a short memory. You forget about the miss. Can't be playing your next frame or your next few shots thinking about the miss that you had in the previous frame. Wanted to actually nudge the one ball out with the previous shot. Not successful on that occasion. Manages to get the two out. Raises his hand, so not in the way that he planned. Still has to find a way to just nudge the one ball out. And best case scenario for him now, as we go into the 24 frame player break after this frame, is a scoreline of 13-11. He was down by 2 at the previous break, 9-7. And things were all square at the first break, 4-all. 13-11 looks much better than 14-10. So far, very high success rate with the bank shots, but not this time. And he's missed that short, and by quite a bit.
10秒，延时。
He's taken his extension because, firstly, no easy starter on the table, but also not the easiest table to come to. However, Zhang Kungpang having just 3 solids left. Oh, look at that. What a shot that is, as we see this again. He was also playing for the safety as well, behind the black ball towards the 7. But what an absolutely great pot that is. Yeah, I was saying no easy starter. That was not easy by any means, but potted that very cleanly, and now actually with the possibility to make a run out of these. There we see the combination on the 14-12. Played that nicely. 14 is still available. And now they all are. It's just the 10. Now if he could pot the 11 the way he did, the 10 should be no issue at all. Now, being a right-handed player, you have to put your extension on the cue for this, stretching more than halfway across the table. For a left-handed player, this would be much more simpler, but of course if it's on the other side of the table, the right-hander has the advantage. Zhao Ruliang giving us a lesson in how to pot that ball at that pace. And I feel that this is going to sting Kungpeng now, to be 4 behind after the mistakes. After the mistakes that he's made. What a clearance this has been from Zhao Ruang to make it 14-10 as we go into the break.
现场的观众朋友们，不要再吝啬自己的掌声和欢呼声， 会把精美的礼品赠送给各位的双手之中。让我们大喊出你们
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。诚木制 之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小见大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
一线赛事指定台泥：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台泥领导品牌。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
最快也得再俩点，完事不了，得差点。
And after 24 frames played, the score is 14-10 to Zhao Ruliang over Zhang Kungpang in this grand final here at the Zhijiang Station Super Tour. Zhao Ruliang to break. He currently has 4 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. And this is the first time in the match we have had a 4-frame lead. Yeah, that ball going into the corner, that's usually the ball going in with his more powerful break. And after 24 frames played, we did see the percentage of potting a ball on the break. It's 63% for Zhang Kungpang And 61% now for Zhao Ruliang. Earlier in the match, he was on 33%. So definitely that has made a big difference in this match. Not only has he been able to put a few break-in runs on the scoreboard, but also it's the reason why he's in the lead now by 4 frames. Still very tough to call a winner in this match. 2 very evenly matched players. And of course, race to 23, we are around, I would say, about halfway. Could say slightly over halfway in this match. So a long way to go. The worrying sign for Zhang Kungpang is he has missed a few balls that usually would never miss those, and a few key pots that have cost him a few frames. Very clever shot opening up the 4. It means he's on the 13. Black ball open as well. And usually in this stage of the match we've seen Zhao Ruliang take it up another gear. Can be very dangerous, especially when he's leading, like now by 4 frames. Two days ago, when these two players played each other in the winners bracket final, score was 12 all, then 16 all in that race to 19. And that's when he picked up another gear and just ran the rest of the match out, winning it 19-16, but also very close towards the end. Could have gone either way. There was not much to separate these two players. If anyone made more mistakes in that match, it was Zhao Ruliang to allow the comeback from 9-2 down. See, those are the small errors from both these players at the moment. And I've noticed it's more on those soft, delicate shots. It was a great chance to go 15-10 up and have a lead of 5 frames and stay at the table in this winner's break format. But now, Zhang Kungpang at the table and everything pretty much open. The 4 ball is slightly off the cushion on the bottom of our screen. I feel at this point in time in the match, Kungpang he really has to take every single opportunity he can and minimize the mistakes. Because if he lets Zhao Ruliang go at this point, it's very tough to make a comeback. Yeah, especially if one player reaches 20 and the other player is 4 or 5 frames behind. In a race to 23, it means that the player on 20 is just 3 away. He's going to be on the 6 to the center. He's going to be on the 6 to the center. He's on it to the corner as well. But he's not perfect on both, which is why he's not too happy. He's slightly in no man's land. However, he has a pot on. It's there, and he's nipped the cue ball for the black ball. This to take his 11th point now. He trails 14-11 from Zhao Ruliang.
第26局，张坤鹏开球。
It's a very costly mistake and miss from Zhao Ruliang in the previous frame. He was on another break and run. Black ball into the center pocket now. No other ball potted. Advantage to the player on the table. He has the option. Can choose to spot the black ball on the foot spot and continue, or break again. Although he's potted the black ball and he could continue, he has chosen to break again. You see black ball going straight into the center pocket. Yeah, so potting the black ball, especially if it's the only ball potted, the advantage is to you at the table. As you could continue, counts as a ball potted.
第26局，张坤鹏开球。
Wasn't happy with the table layout, so breaking again. Made the 3 ball. It's worked out in his favor that he's chosen to break again. It could have gone wrong if he didn't make a ball and Zhao Ruliang comes to the table. Do you expect him to take solids on? Definitely the better choice on the table. It does look like the one pot into the left center. From this angle, it doesn't look like it goes anywhere else. But having the 2 there also means that he could just nudge into the 15 if he chooses. And this is what we saw yesterday against Gareth Potts. He can so quickly make a clearance. He's very quick when he's at the table. And there the 1 pot's in the center as well. So both center pockets available to the 1 ball. He's taken his extension after the referee has called 10 seconds. Yeah, look at this. Look at that, off 2 cushions. He's played the cue ball into an area there where would have been on the 2, 1 and 7. because it's gone a little bit far now. He's on 2-1. And I don't think we've seen his best yet in this match. He is the player that put Chu Bingjie into the losers bracket. So you could say a big part of the reason that Chu Bingjie is not in this tournament anymore. Eliminated last 32 by Shen Shenyi after being beaten in the winners bracket by Zhang Kungpang. 13-12. He has to come through the gap. Very nicely done, and we did see the one does pass into the right center pocket. Played pretty much flawlessly against Tong Shun Shao on the TV table 3 days ago. Won that 17-10. And then, of course, an excellent performance against Gareth Potts yesterday, and he had to be in form because he was playing an in-form Gareth Potts. Won that 19-11. And that black ball for his 12th point has closed the gap. So score is 14-12, but more importantly, another break and run on the board for Zhang Kungpang. Don't see a ball in. And just as it looked like he's finding some sort of rhythm in this match by taking the previous 2 frames. Has a dry break for so Zhao Ruliang to the table. Our champion of this tournament, winner of this match, gets 277,000 US dollars. That's 2 million RMB. Run up 111,000 US dollars. This is what can happen if you are trying to make a comeback and you have a dry break. Jao Ruliang comes back to the table with the possibility to clear, and then he'll be breaking, and his breaks have definitely been better since the beginning of the match. Solids do look really good for Zhao Ruliang. 5 as well. Has the 2 and the 1 to get on the 5 to play the 5 to the bottom left. So as it stands, I don't see an issue for him here. Now that miss after the break, when he was on a break and run, missed the ball to the bottom left corner pocket. It's cost him 2 frames. Rack and run followed by a break and run from Zhang Kungpang. The question is, how many frames will the dry break from Kungpang cost him? Because at the moment, Zhao Ruliang being ahead, all he needs to do is keep the 2 to 4 frame gap. Especially if he feels that he is breaking better and that Zhang Kungpang can't find a few consecutive break and runs. Yeah, purposely low on the 1. He has the natural angle, natural path of the cue ball to get into the balk area to play the black ball. And the dry break has cost him a frame, 15 points for Zhao Ruliang.
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
After 27 frames played in this race to 23, score is 15-12 to Zhao Ruliang. Previous frame was another rack and run, so he's on 4 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. Zhang Kungpang, 2 break and runs, 5 rack and runs as well. He's made a ball in the center. He's almost made the ball in the corner as well. The 12. He's got the 12 and the 9 sitting at the corner pockets. He's made the 13 into the left center. And with where the 9 and the 12 are currently situated, how do you not take stripes? You have to. Say the only problem ball on stripes is the 14. That was so clean. I didn't expect that as his first pot, but didn't touch sides, didn't touch the 9. Look at that. One of the cleanest pots you'll see from that distance and that angle. So stripes in play for Zhao Ruliang. How does he get to the 14? And that's another miss from an angle like that, and not the first time We've seen a shot like that go astray from Zhao Ruliang. If the 11 wasn't where it is, I'd say he's still a huge favorite in this frame, having the 9 and the 12 where they are. I think the first thing Kungpang needs to do is open up the pocket where the 9 is, and then try and pot the 12 with one of his solids. There we see the 1 coming in towards the 9. It really is playing a huge factor that the 9 and 12 are where they are. So not taking the 1 this time. In a very similar position, but this time it's not hampered by the 2 ball as he was with the previous shot if he wanted to take the 1. That was the plan. That was the plan all along, to open up that pocket. And now, looking at the table, there is no need to do anything else with the stripes. He's opened up the pocket for the 4. The 4 goes, the 2, the 6. The 6 connects him to the black ball. This is a pressure clearance. But not only is it a pressure clearance, it's one of those that when Zhao Ruliang left the table, he thought he might be coming back. It's a huge point for Zhang Kungpang. Oh, he's gone too far. He opted to hold the cue ball instead of going ball cushion and back. Now, wrong side on the 6 ball by a lot. Wanted to be straighter on it so he could just roll through, play the black ball into the opposite corner pocket. He's 2 minds, even 3 minds about this. He's decided to check it, and yeah, it hasn't worked. He was thinking about going all around the table as well. It looks good. It looks good. It's there. What a clearance from Zhang Kungpang. So capitalized on that mistake and that missed pot from Zhao Ruliang with a fantastic clearance. And he's potted on the break as well. What a huge frame the previous one was. It was the difference between 15-13 or 16-12. I mean, almost every shot had to be a recovery pot. He had to make that clearance. And make it he did. So trailing by 2 once again. That previous frame adding to his rack and run tally. Now on 6 rack and runs, 2 break and runs is Zhang Kungpang. Jao Ruang on 4 break and runs and 5 rack and runs. So that's 9 clearances out of 15 frames. 8 clearances out of 13 frames for Zhang Kungpang.
Yes,
and so far the percentage of potting a ball on the break is very close between these two. It was 63 and 61 to Zhang Kungpeng and Zhao Ruliang respectively. We did say the only way that Zhang Kungpeng stays in this match is if he capitalizes and takes every single chance he gets. And so far he's been doing that since the break. He was 14-10 down at the 24 frame player break. 4 frames later and he's just 2 down. That's what he played for. That is exactly what he played for. To play the 3 ball into the same pocket. Followed by the black ball into the same pocket as well. Just 4 minutes so far in this frame. And it's there. Break and run for Zhang Kungpang.
39，张宏鹏开球。
And with that break and run, he's now within 1 frame to Zhao Ruliang, 14-15 in this race to 23. A lot of pop on that cue ball. And it doesn't look like he's gotten the most amount of power out of that as he usually gets. And I think we will see both players at around the 50 to 60% mark of potting a ball on the break. So every 1 in 2 frames on average.
10秒，延时。
But now Zhao Ruliang is back at the table. He's still in the lead by just 1 frame. Yeah, it's a really good pot on the 10. It was a cutback. Cue ball doing quite a bit of mileage after a pot like that, but able to control it. I'm sure he doesn't want to give up this lead that he had. It was 4 frames at 24 frames played. A few mistakes from him, a few clearances from Zhang Kungpang, and he's within 1. That's the kind of shot we have seen him miss in the last few frames, but not this time, right in the middle of the pocket. And this is the time in the match where both players, I think you're going to see them both step it up slightly. As we are heading towards that finish line, and very close at the moment. Very close, 14-15, race to 23. Yeah, this wasn't an easy clearance, but very well constructed from Zhao Ruliang. He secures at 16-14 to Zhao Ruliang.
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
第31局，赵汝亮开球。
And that was a very well taken and needed clearance from Zhao Ruliang in the previous frame to keep the gap at 2 frames, and also does mean that he won't be down going into the next break. At 32 frames played, the score is currently 16-14. After 30 frames played, and he's made a ball 9 in the top right corner pocket. He almost made the 1 in the bottom pocket again. I've seen that's the ball that's usually going in, so this definitely increases his percentage of potting a ball in the break.
10秒。
Stripes in play for Zhao Ruliang, just 24 years of age. Is considered one of the best players of his generation, born after the 2000s. Players like Zhang, Kungpang and Chu Bingjie are slightly older. Kungpang 29 years old, Chu Bingjie 31 if I'm not mistaken. And at just 24 years old to have this ability and the maturity as well, it's quite rare to see at that age. Excellent pot on the 14 to keep the frame going. That was not easy. Pair that with the position to get the cue ball out and under the 6. So there's Zhao Ruliang's generation, and after him there's another generation of players coming, 16 to 20 years old, that have already been playing for 10 years. And look at this, through the gap between the black ball and the 6 ball. So far in this frame and the last, he's really stepped it up. Chu Bingjie, born 1994, which makes him 31 years of age. And this frame means that he will be leading as we go into the player break after the next frame.
比分17比14，太对局了。谢谢。32局，赵汝亮开球。
31 frames played, score is 17-14, and he now leads by 3 frames. And just a few minutes ago, Zhang Kungpeng was within 1 at 15-14.
10秒。
And he's made a ball. The cue ball also stays on the table for now. It's still on the table. Almost got kicked into the center pocket. And this is what he's been doing. He's been just making sure he keeps a 2 or 3 frame gap. As soon as it gets close, he pulls away again. He's just always able to find that next gear when he needs it. So this being the 32nd frame, we will have the 3rd, 4th player break after this. At 8 frames, the score was 4-all. At 16 frames, 9-7 to Zhao Ruliang. At 24 frames, 14-10.
延时。10秒。
And you can see he's taking his time with this one, making sure of this frame, wants to go into that break, maintaining the 4-point lead. And if he gets this 18th point now, it means it's just 5 away from the finish line and 4 away from his opponent.
10秒。
I think the pressure then definitely shifts over to Zhang Kungpang a lot more. He's left himself almost perfect on the one to the center. to run through to play the 7 into the bottom left. He wasn't too happy with the natural angle he had, that's why he played it off the stripe to keep the cue ball as straight as he could. Also played it at the right pace, so the stripe didn't come in the way of the cue ball and the 7. And black ball does go to the right center pocket. And this now for his 18th point and to lead by 4 frames once again. It's there, no mistake from Zhao Ruliang. He leads by 4 points as we go into the break.
好的，现场的观众朋友们，接下来是我们最后一次派发礼物的时间。没有拿到礼品的朋友们，让我看到你们的双手，听到你们的欢呼声。让我们跟随着音乐的律动。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文，中国台迷领导品牌。
方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，无蜘蛛匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑伟国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要， 只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动。在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球69个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
32 frames played, score 18-14 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. He has 6 break and runs, 6 rack and runs, so 12 one-visit clearances out of 18 frames. And we also did see the percentage has gone up. He's now at 70% of potting a ball on the break. So at the moment, looking in control as we enter the last phase of this match. This is the grand final here at the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour Zhijiang Station between Zhang, Kungpeng and Zhao Ruliang. Zhao Ruliang, the only player to not lose a match in Stage 3 double elimination, where you could lose a match and make your way back into this final. Zhang Kungpeng lost to Zhao Ruliang in the winners bracket final 2 days ago, 19-16. And that meant automatic qualification to this grand final for Zhao Ruliang. Kungpeng had to then play Gareth Potts in the losers bracket final, won that yesterday, 19-11. And out of these two, I'd say Zhang Kungpang has had a tough draw to get here. He's gone through Chu Bingjie, Fon Minkyo, Tang Shunshao, and then of course Gareth Potts as well. So he's had to play the top players in the world. Not only the top Chinese players, the two top international players. That being said, a massive congratulations to Gareth Potts for finishing third in this tournament, and to Fonment, fourth place finisher. Those are consistently the top two international players in the world. And Gareth Potts, of course, the only international player to ever win the Grand Masters finals, and won it 3 times. And one time he had to play and beat the man seated in the chair, Zhang Kungpang, in the final. I think that was Potts' 5th title, and he won that in a penalty shootout. Matches used to be timed, so race to 23 or more, but a timed match. So if the score was tie and time ran out, we used to have a penalty shootout, and that time the black ball was way further down the table, so around where the white line ends now, that's where the black ball used to be placed. So it was a very tough shot to get that into the corner pocket. As I said before, Zhao Ruliang able to just find another gear when he needs it. There are points where it looks like his opponent's coming back at him. This time, Kungpeng was within 1. But now it's a 5-frame lead for Zhao Ruliang.
第34局，赵汝亮开球。
33 frames played in this race to 23 grand final. Zhao Ruliang 19-14 up. He's 4 away from the finish line. He now has 7 break-in runs, 2 consecutive.
10秒。
And he's made 15 into the center pocket. Straight away after we see a ball going in, I'm focused on the cue ball. Because of that much power, the cue ball, even if you try and control the cue ball, it is being kicked by another ball usually. So looking to see if, although potting a ball on the break, he stays at the table. The cameraman knows exactly what shot he's going for. He's lining up the 7. And it's there, had the angle to drift across for the 2 into the same pocket. And earlier in the match, I spoke about one of the players getting to 20 and there being a large gap in frames. If this continues, it's going to be 20-14 with a 6-frame gap. And he'd be just 3 away from the finish line. Then it's a mountain to climb for Zhang Kungpang, which I don't doubt he can. The comeback 2 days ago from 9-2 down to make it 12-all and 16-all showed us not a player that's affected by the scoreline at all. It was one of the most controlled comebacks I've seen, slowly clawing his way back into the match. And before you knew it, he was right there and eventually actually took the lead. But this man currently at the table, flawless in the past few frames. From the stats that I went through, hasn't won a Joy Masters event this year, has Zhao Ruliang. Champion of the Changchun Super Tour last year, 2024, runner-up, Lishan Division 1, 2024 as well. Top 12 finish at the Grandmasters this year, run-up in the Grandmasters finals last year to Chu Bingxie. Now 20-14 up is Zhao Ruliang. Now, I haven't seen a player run out the rest of a match before. First time I saw that was Gareth Potts yesterday at 16-all. Gareth Potts 3 consecutive break-in runs to make it 19-16 against Phonement. And currently, Zhao Ruliang is on 3 consecutive break-in runs. He's 20-14 up with 8 break-in runs, 6 rack-in runs. And he's made a ball once again Not just one, a few cue ball on the table as well. And as you see, it does get kicked. It got kicked by the one, then the one found its way to the pocket. Looks to me like he's potted 3 balls on that break. 2 stripes, 1 solid. Solids in play for Zhao Ruliang. This is a race to 23 in this grand final, winner's break format. And we are seeing exactly what a player can do with the winner's break format. So far, 3 consecutive break and runs. And that's the reason the scoreline has gone from 17-14 to 20-14. Also notice that his pace around the table has increased slightly in the past few frames. Definitely finding his flow, landing on the 6 to the center pocket. I mean, this is near perfection what we're watching at the moment. It's really something else at the moment is Zhao Ruliang. 4th consecutive break and run and 21st point.
第36局，赵汝亮开球。
Zhao Ruliang currently 21-14 up in this race to 23, and he's just taken off at the moment. 4 consecutive break-in runs, 9 in total. What a time to find his break. And this is why he's considered one of the most dangerous players and has been the man to watch at this tournament. I did say he's averaging 4 consecutive break-in runs per match. He's currently on 4 at the moment. And look at the difference it makes. From 17-14 to 21-14 and just 2 points away from being champion.
10秒，延时。 10秒。
Solids in play. He's got a touch on the 1. He's having a look at the 3. Now, does the 3 go off the stripe? I think that's what he's playing. He's played it. He's played the 3 off the 15. And I tell you what, if that had gone in, he was on the hill. So after being seated in his chair for 4 consecutive frames, Zhang Kungpang comes to the table. He's 21-14 down. Seven frames away from his opponent, and Zhao Ruliang just 2 away from the finish line. Can he make the comeback like he did yesterday? 9-2 down, but to make the comeback at that point, a little bit easier than to make it now. And all these stripes do go. It's just a matter of making sure and being certain of the clearance now. He's in a position now where he can't afford a single mistake. And the problem is, at this level, a dry break is considered a mistake. Currently playing somebody who has 15 one-visit clearances out of 21 frames. Chances are very high that he clears off a dry break. Oh my word. Zhao Ruliang. He's played that clearance so well. He's landed perfectly on the 10 ball. Look, there was a slight angle on it that he was trying to hold for, but what has he done there? Has he covered? Has he completely covered the 10 ball? No, jump cue in hand for Zhang Kungpang. I'd say the reason that Zhao Ruliang didn't attack the frame, go for the 1 in the centers, there is a problem at the top, 4 and 2. Oh, look at that. Look at that pot. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable from Zhang Kungpang. Show us a replay of that. Have to show us a replay of that one. There we go. Look at this. The accuracy. Unbelievable jump shot. Now, can he find a pot in this black ball? He's gone for the bank. It's going to touch the 3. A little bit harder though. Cue ball heading towards the corner pocket. It's going to stop just. And I think that Zhao Ruliang might be a little bit more careful now of where he leaves the cue ball. What an absolute shot maker is Zhang Kungpang. Is he playing the 3 into the black ball? Yes, he did. He played to leave the black ball on the cushion, but I think he's left it. He has. He's left it wide open. Zhang Kungpeng gets his 15th point on the board.
全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
第37局，张焕鹏开球。
Score is 21-15 to Zhao Ruliang, but I really would have expected him to take that a little bit more seriously. Yeah, in this game, you can't afford to ease up at all. So even the shot where he did leave the jump shot open, he left a bit too much of the ball on. The second safety shot as well, didn't make sure of getting the black ball safe, and it's cost him a frame. Yes, the gap is a 6-frame gap at the moment. But yeah, it looks like Zhang Kungpeng, I think he might have already conceded this. That's the second miss. Zhao Ruliang securing solids. There's only 4 of them left on the table after that massive break from Zhang Kungpang. And Zhao Ruliang currently on 15 one-visit clearances out of 21 frames. That is the level we've had in this match. Very high standard. 9 of those 15 break and runs. And if you had to look at a statistic of break and runs of when he's potted a ball, that would be in the high 80% easily. 。 Made sure he's slightly higher on the 7 ball to the center pocket, so has the angle to come down for the black ball. And this black ball now for another rack and run and to put him on the hill in this grand final. And it's there. 22-15 to Zhao Ruliang. Is there way back for Zhang Kungpang? Scores currently 22-15 to Zhao Ruliang in this race to 23 grand final of the 2025 Joy Super Tour Zhijiang station. And this man he's been flawless throughout the entire tournament, especially stage 3. Hasn't taken a loss in stage 3. But there is a dry break, so Zhang Kungpang will come to the table. And I think the major factor here was when the scoreline was 17-14, Zhao Ruliang 4 consecutive break-in runs. And that really, it's almost cemented the win for him. To go from 17-14 to 21-14. He's just 1 away now. He's tried to play the 13 in the gap, and he's given back the table to Zhao Ruliang. I imagine how he must feel at the moment, being on the hill, 7 frames up. And that's because of the work he put in to get those 4 consecutive break-in runs. We did say it was going to come down to the break between these 2 players. The player that finds the break is going to have huge advantage. This is going to touch the 3. It's in. It's a good pot. He's opened up the black ball. But he's also opened up the 3 if he's not able to make the clearance. This 10 ball does go to the right center pocket. Just nudging that 5 has opened up the pathway to the black ball nicely. It's not the greatest of shots where the 9's gone. The black ball goes in, he gets his 16th point. And after 38 frames played, the score is 22-16 to Zhao Ruliang in this race to 23 grand final. And he's potted a ball again as Zhang Kungpang. Let's see what he can do. Winners break format, anything can happen. It's a huge mountain for him to climb. So the question is, how many frames can he put together? And if he can stay at the table to get all the way to 22. It means that he needs 6 consecutive break and runs. His opponent's done 4, so why can't he do 6? This is going to be another one. And from 21-14, it's now going to be 22-17. That's a break and run for Zhang Kungpang. Score is now 22-17. Does he pot a ball on the break? Ball not potted on the break, but there are a few issues on the table. if Zhang Kungpang wins this frame, we will have another player break at 40 frames played. Jao Ruliang at the table. He's currently 22-17 up in this race to 23 grand final. And for Kungpang to make the comeback, it means that he makes absolutely no mistakes and Zhao Ruliang is not able to make a finish. Now 2 frames back, we saw 1 or 2 misses from Zhang Kungpang. It looked like he wasn't fully focused on those shots when he was 21-14 down at that time. Deciding that there's no clearance currently on the table for Zhao Ruliang, and that's why he's played that. He played to actually pot the 11 ball in the pocket. He was behind the 1, looking to see if it goes between the black ball and the 11 to the bottom right.
10秒，没有延时。5。
Now he has left his left pots available. Although Zhang Kungpang opting to play a tactical shot. And there we could see what he sees. He can see the 6 and the potting angle of the 6. 5 ball is a problem though for solids now. He's playing this dead weight and we know how accurate he can be at that pace. How straight you need to be able to cue a ball to pot it at that pace, especially no deceleration on line. More than everything else, your alignment and the way you align yourself on a shot needs to be excellent. And that ball that you saw him pot now, it's not the first time.
10秒。5、4。
Oh, look at that. Look at that. We said the 5 ball was a problem. That was an absolutely cracking pot to the bottom left corner pocket. Look at the pace and the accuracy in that. And if you ever thought it was impossible to play a ball at that pace on this table,
10秒。
we've seen that it is. And this current visit at the table from Zhao Ruliang all started with that long pot on the green, 6-ball. And this is looking like it's all over as he looks to Zhang Kungpang. And he puts the last ball. Your champion, ladies and gentlemen, Zhao Ruliang. As he defeats Zhang Kungpang 23 frames to 17. Unbelievable performance from both these players, but Zhao Ruliang unbeaten in stage 3. Your champion of the Joy Masters 2025 Zhijiang Station Super Tour, Zhao Ruliang, he wins 23-17 with 9 break-in runs, 7 rack-in runs. Unbelievable play from both these players. And there you go. There's your champion. Thank you guys so much for joining us on the live streams, and stay on the live streams. We will have the closing ceremony and the awards, or the prize giving, coming up now. I'm your commentator for these events, these Joy Heyball events, Raymond Tilak from South Africa. Thank you guys so much. Take care and stay on the stream to watch the prize giving.
赵如亮。好，首先恭喜我们的赵如亮获得我们本次比赛的冠军。那么我想问一下，您现在心情如何呢？
心情感到非常开心，也非常激动啊。
好，那么我想问一下，刚刚的比赛也是非常的精彩啊。然后我们同时这个比分拉得很大，但是你还是稳住了。那么我想问一下，咱们复盘一下怎么样？
整场我的开球运气比较好，然后鹏哥这个开球总不进，我进了之后都是简单局面啊，运气比较好。
好，谢谢。那么我想问一下，就是您对我们的比赛有什么想法吗？
就是乔氏办这么高奖金、这么高规格的比赛，让我们运动员都非常正规啊。
好，谢谢。那我们再次恭喜我们的赵如亮选手获得我们本次比赛的冠军，谢谢，掌声。
远水平生，天下和宁。一杆定乾坤，小城大外交的东方叙事。当名山时的10000年沉淀，化作球桌上的方寸天地；当只将和平中的千年回响，激荡在台球碰撞的脆响中。这座曾以受降名城、铭刻民族脊梁的小城，这里曾见证中华民族1寸山河1寸血的抗争。来自5大洲的选手击球开赛。乔氏集团董事长乔元徐所言。从巷口球房到洲际赛场，我们击出的不仅是黑八，更是人类对和平的永恒守望。一杆定乾坤，小球赚大球，只将与世界此刻共击球。当千年教魂注入中式八球，是你们以星火燎原之势续写中式八球的天工开物。100万球迷热血沸腾的欢呼浪潮，是你们用殚精竭虑的坚守诠释天下大事必作于戏的担当。 以庖丁解牛之妙掌控赛事节奏，更以芷江气节为魂，注入东方神韵。
女士们、先生们，第4届怀化市旅游发展大会暨 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛颁奖仪式即将开始。在仪式开始之前，我们要颁发的是优秀裁判奖项。此刻，让我们以最热烈的掌声向这些默默付出的赛事守护者们致敬。有请 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站优秀裁判杨宇龙、徐小玉上台领奖。有请芷江侗族自治县人民政府党组成员、副县长张潘为 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站优秀裁判颁发证书。请获奖裁判与颁奖嘉宾合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾及2位优秀裁判，请台下稍事休息。愿你们在未来的赛场上继续捍卫球员们每一次出杆的尊严与荣耀。让我们再次以热烈的掌声祝贺优秀裁判。下面有请 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站副裁判长李亚帆为本次赛事累计青台王和连续青台王宣读比赛成绩。
第4届怀化市旅游发展大会暨 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站历时10天，共计进行374场比赛，所有选手共计完成开球青台1036次。其中，来自中国的选手赵建波个人完成开球青台59次，获得本次比赛开球青台王奖。来自中国的张坤鹏、赵建波、郑肖怀、赵如亮连续开球青台5次，获得本次比赛连续青台奖。恭喜以上选手获奖，成绩公布完毕，谢谢大家。
感谢副裁判长，请台下稍事休息。接下来，让我们以热烈的掌声，有请超级分站赛芷江站中荣获累计青台王称号的选手赵建波，和连续青台王称号的选手郑肖怀、赵建波、张坤鹏、赵汝亮上台领奖。很遗憾，由于选手郑肖怀和赵建波个人原因未能到达现场领取奖项，后续组委会会进行邮寄。下面有请芷江侗族自治县政协党组书记、主席唐江礼为累计青台王和连续青台王颁发证书。请合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾，请几位到台下稍作休息。愿你们把每一次青台都写成新的序章，带着锋芒与笃定去解锁更高处的荣光，让青台王的旗帜在呐喊与聚光灯里永远烈烈作响。 女士们、先生们，现场以及线上观赛的各位，这里是 LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站的颁奖仪式现场。当远水与无水在芷江握手，当受降纪念馆的钟声与侗寨鼓楼的芦声同频，球的健儿们便循着和平跨越山海，奔赴五洲，把一方球桌安放在胜利之城的怀抱。更快、更高、更强、更团结的奥林匹克之火，就在芷江的霓虹里熊熊燃烧。我们亲眼见证中式8球这雷霆炙销而上，以芷江海纳百川、化剑为犁的胸襟，把中巴转动世界球童的宏伟愿景写成和平鸽嘴里最温柔也最铿锵的哨音。胜利不只属于冠军，还属于每一个热爱和平、热爱体育的灵魂。女士们、先生们 ，LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站颁奖仪式现在正式开始。让我们以最热烈的掌声，有请颁奖嘉宾和获奖运动员荣耀登场。出席本次颁奖仪式的嘉宾有：芷江侗族自治县县委副书记、县人民政府县长梁元和，芷江侗族自治县县委副书记、政法委书记于小武，秦皇岛乔氏台球运动推广有限公司副总经理任旭文。让我们请出获得超级分站赛芷江站季军得主，来自英国的加雷斯·波茨。接下来，让我们请出获得超级分站赛芷江站亚军得主，来自中国的张坤鹏。最后，让我们全场以最热烈的掌声迎接获得超级分站赛芷江站冠军得主，来自中国的赵汝亮。他以炉火纯青的干法和钢铁浇铸的意志，劈波斩浪，所向披靡，让王者2字成为全场唯一的注脚。冠军不过是实力写下的必然勋章。有请秦皇岛乔氏台球运动推广有限公司副总经理任旭文为季军加雷斯·波茨颁发证书和奖牌。请颁奖嘉宾与获奖运动员合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾，请您移步台侧稍后。有请芷江侗族自治县副书记、政法委书记于小武为亚军张坤鹏颁发证书和奖牌。请颁奖嘉宾与获奖运动员合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾，请您移步台侧稍后。有请芷江侗族自治县县委副书记、县人民政府县长梁元和为冠军赵汝亮颁发证书、奖牌和价值7680元 LP 天尊礼。LP 天尊之势，攻无不克，战无不胜，王者风范。请颁奖嘉宾与获奖运动员合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾，请您移步台侧稍后。听号角猎云， 金号角奖杯正于绿毡沙场发出龙吟般的胜利咆哮。它是滚烫热血最炽烈的回声，是拼搏脊梁最豪迈的勋章，更是中式八球穹顶之上唯我独尊的荣耀王冠。下面有请梁县长为冠军赵汝亮颁发金号角奖杯。请颁奖嘉宾与获奖运动员合影留念。请梁县长留步，请各位嘉宾、优秀裁判上台合影留念。回望征途，风雪雷霆接住围甲；展望前路，少年心火永不低眉。感谢各位颁奖嘉宾、优秀裁判，请各位移步台下稍作休息。请3位获奖运动员留步，请合影留念。感谢获奖运动员，请冠军留步。金竿烈云，定鼎中原。下面有请我们的礼仪小姐为冠军献上支票。下面是冠军的专属时刻，请您高举奖杯，尽情展示您的荣耀。他穿越4季，在无数个骤雨夜的淬炼中，将手中球杆化作破晓之光，击碎星城，划定疆场。他曾屹立山巅，也曾独自穿越低谷的迷雾，而今再度归来，王者之姿，举世无双。请冠军台下稍作休息。中巴转动，世界球童，女士们、先生们，颁奖仪式到此结束。绿城南宁甲天下，东盟风情五四海。赛场不止输赢，那些灯光外的咬牙、流汗、翻盘，同样值得欢呼。至此 ，LP 球杆乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛芷江站圆满收杆。下一站，我们把球台搬到一座被绿树和果香包围的城市，这里有中国绿城最清新的空气，也有东盟之窗最开放的脉搏。这里有邕江两岸的璀璨灯火，也有民族大道上川流不息的活力。当时代的活力注入邕江奔涌的碧波，当发展的凯歌汇成会战中心的华章。一场连结智慧、友谊与竞技的台球盛宴，在广西南宁点燃全城的热情。这座以开放胸怀迎接四海宾朋的城市，与今日在绿茵场上以智慧与勇气一决高下的健儿，共同诠释着海纳百川、有容乃大的胸襟，也展现着拼搏奋进、乐享生活的现代活力。下一站，南宁，我们等你上场，一起把胜利打进袋口，把故事留给晚风。绿城南宁，我们一起共襄盛世烟火。